All right, we are back for some more Super Mario RPG for the Nintendo Switch. We're gonna do session 3. Last time we made it all the way through Rosetown and Mobile, and today hopefully we'll make it all the way past Marrymore and maybe even a little further. Who knows? But we're definitely getting right into it. Super Mario RPG's remake. I think we've been progressing through it decently well, considering I'm fighting everything along the way. Trying to get all the top peaks and whatnot. Let's see what awaits us today. And seeing this screenshot already reminds me that I got super gypped. Go ahead and adjust my mic there. That's a little better. I don't want to blast your ears, guys. But yeah, I got gypped by that child. Carbo cookie. Alright, so things are going to be looking pretty good, I think. We finished everything up in Mobile. I don't think we have much else to do here, so go ahead and get on out of here. So we'll be heading to Booster Pass. I wonder if there's a way to see the whole map. I would love to see what this map looks like. Well, I kind of like that counter melody they've added. I'm digging it. Gives me like a Secret of Mana, or the Mana series in particular had melodies like that. It reminds me. Anywho. There's a hidden treasure nearby. Fantastic. We have a hidden treasure to find. I can't walk on the dark dirt. Oh, you guys are green. We got a new psychopath to go. I did not block that at all. I didn't even know. Oh, and the first one we encounter is already special. Oof. We are out of practice. Oh my gosh, we are so out of practice. Whoa, this guy's scared of me. I'm not scared of you. Easy enough to take care of him. Yeah, we're back in the swing of things. That was a rocky start. That's what I get for not playing this game for like a few days. Ooh, once again. Once again. Stop peek this guy. What? Messed it up. Again? Really? Oh, gosh, it's so annoying. Relax a little, have a veggie or two. It sure likes using static electricity. Guys give a lot of EXP too. At least these battles do anyway. Instantly get scarecrowed. Fantastic. I don't remember if I did him. Once I read it, I'm sure I'll remember. Don't be picky, eat your veggies. Yeah, we definitely did not do that. Now that I have a better idea of how his attack pattern is, it's a little easier. We're definitely going to be leveling up at least once or twice before we get to Dur's Tower. Trying to get to Lakitu though. I know we can fight him. Oh my gosh, 3 once agains in a row. And of course I goofed that up. Mario's getting there. I think I could probably face him if I hang out on top of that cliffside. Level up! Mario reaches level 13! So, our attack went up a lot. I get 4 points. 1 and 1. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. I think for this one, it's probably gonna be HP, I think. He's the only one that goes up significantly. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. Yeah, it's gotta be HP. I will keep beating the snot out. What? Was one of you guys special? Did I read that correct? Oh, the artichoke was special this time. Except that he has a ton of attacks that cannot be dodged or blocked. I don't think I did it properly there. The new animations made it really tough for me to get some of the timings right for these. If you look at my Mario RPG Let's Play, I did not struggle this much to do my timed hits. You better give a ton of EXP because you took way too long to take down. Only 12? I want you to come back here. Huzzah! Wait, no. Oh my gosh. Do people not like me? Why wouldn't people not like you? Unless it's the fact that you're dropping enemies on them all the time. Alright, let's get rid of these guys now. Mess up the time. 1, 2, 3, block. Oh, thanks for increasing my HP again. Once again. Mallow, you're getting there. You're about to level up. Just realized the carrot has like a melting face. Mallow has leveled up. Way to go, Mallow. Mallow reaches level 13. Our attack goes up by 4. What about our magic attack? Magic attack went up by 5. Our attack is higher than our magic attack. That's funky. Alright, so let's see. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1. So I'm guessing for Mallow this time, it is going to be HP. Once again. Once again. Gauge up. Can we bird up? Well, at least we're gonna make back that money I lost buying those carbo cookies. Whoa! You're an enemy. I honestly did not expect to encounter an enemy here. I do this. So now I know that if I hold down shoulder buttons, I can walk instead. Probably make it easier to find things hidden somewhere here. Or is it up here? Is it this one? Should have known. Oh! How are we doing money-wise after that money that I lost? I was like at 2 grand. There's still hidden treasure nearby? And now I don't know where that treasure would be. Here? Could be. Probably gotta be here, right? Oh. Got a flower. See that these guys have respawned. I guess Nintendo intended this to be like a little spot to grind out. 1, 2, 3, block! Once again! Oh, this time, I don't think I've ever seen Mallow as a scarecrow. Oh, can't make it there. No! No! Ah! That was sizable. Gino leveled up, Gino leveled up. Gino has leveled to level 11. Gino World! We got Gino World. 1-1, 1-1. That's gonna be like what? 5? 2? Well, no, that's 3. Or 950. Yeah, that's 3. I'm gonna say it is probably magic. I'm gonna go with magic. We are getting nice and tough. We're one-shotting most enemies. It will be tough enough to take on Ulex. Getting cleansing juice. How many cleansing juice am I allowed to hold? Oops. Oh, we don't even have 10 yet. I would have thought we would have had 10 by now. I guess I get to be a scarecrow. Oh my gosh. That is not what I expected to happen. Gotta build up the chain again. Another cleansing juice. Oh, I see a flower down there. Huh? Monster list agent, 3 frog coins per write-up. My business is to fill in unseen dot peak info in the monster list. It'll cost you 3 frog coins per entry. First time customers are eligible for a freebie. I'll fill in the entries for monsters you fought before Mallow joined your party. Got 4 dot peak entries. Have you got 3 frog coins to fill in the dot peak for info for a monster list entry? Fill me in. Got the dot peak info for Shy Ranger. Me in. Now the topic info for Croco. Yeah, I missed Croco earlier on. Everything you need from me right now, you've got the topic for every available entry in the monster list. Oh, neat. We've been doing pretty good. I only need to get 2. Oh, I guess we made it through Booster Pass. Now we can go. Oh, I just realized that I can see Dinah and Might right in the little cart. That's funny. Booster has such a nice place. I miss my fortress. Also, I saw Booster peeking through the door. I miss the good old days. Peach screaming in terror. Oh, there he is again. Mario rushing in to save her. Oh, jeez, it's Mario. Oops. Okay, calm down. Don't have him see you like this. Hey, how have you been? No, not like that, dummy. Wrong tone. It needs more confidence. Oh, it needs more confidence. You! What are you doing here? If Peach were at my castle waiting to be rescued, she'd be crying like a baby. Oh? Did I just hear some voices? It couldn't be. I can't believe it. It's Mario. Mario, I'm up here. That voice, it's Peach. I thought she got away, but she's been stuck here. Mwahaha. Well, I guess I'll be returning to my castle now. Out of my way, shorty. Boom. It's locked. What's the matter? The door's not opening or something? I like Booster there. Oh, he just messed up Booster's door. Yeah, I'm a piece of work, ain't I? Oh, hold up. We got ourselves a way inside now, huh? This dialogue is new. All this power and looks too? I know. You're thinking, a big, strong guy like him would be great to have along, right? I'm gonna do something I may regret later. I'll let you join my minions. What? He didn't say I'll let you join the Koopa Troopas? You can thank me later? That's a difference in dialogue. Mario and his friends have joined Bowser's minions. Or so they're pretending. Bowser joins the group. Oh, I like how Booster peeks in one last time. Would you like an explanation on how to switch allies? I really don't need it, but I'll do it just to see what it looks like. Now you are 4, but fighting is limited to 3. Access party now. These 3 will fight, while their pals rest. Simply choose the 2 you wish to switch. Mario must always fight though. When you succeed at several action commands in a row, you'll get an ally buff. The buff is different for each ally in battle. Only the bonus for active party members will be in effect. Try it out with other party members to see what you get. Alright, so let's try this out. Let Mallow sit it out for a little bit. Oh, I see the Magitech armor on the table there. Hello there. Booster's busy right now, so he can't play. Come back some other time, or you can try to force your way in. Oh! Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I'm gonna have to pull from an autosave. If I get Mallow out, then I can't use Psychopath. And some of these enemies are one chance and that's it. Like Sniff It 1, I imagine. So I'm gonna need Mallow on the team. Leave Bowser though. We'll try Bowser out. Hello there. Booster's busy right now, so he can't play. Come back some other time where you can try to force your way in. Oh, you just start off right away with an attack, huh? I'm not paid enough for this. Everybody's got a static electricity attack. Oh. People not in party still get EXP, right? Looks like it. Do you smell something? What? I'm gonna defend for now. Oh, I did not expect that. Fantastic. Note that I have nothing up my sleeve. He runs away. Aww. Yep, even people not in party still gain EXP. Booster the first, Booster the second, Booster the third. Booster the fourth, Booster the fifth. So is the booster we're at Booster the sixth or Booster the seventh? Is he related to Wario? Oh, there's a hidden treasure somewhere here. Oof. Oof. Starting to use attacks we haven't seen before. Got a mid-mushroom. Oh, these are new. Oh, well, that guy was kind of a pushover. It's a cold, cruel world. Everyone has their strings to pull. Wow. Or that weird staff-looking thing was. He did not last very long. Hopefully we encounter another one. Once again! Get that money. Bowser's gonna level up soon. Got a frog coin. You stop peek on the orb user. Go away, chain chomps. I'm not playing fetch with you. Oh. You heal people, so you gotta go down. What was that? I did not expect that. Bowser has leveled up. Bowser has leveled up to level 9. Do 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 do. HP. Oh, Gerp. That's not good. HP only goes up by 1. 1 and 1. 1 and 1. But attack here goes up by 2. That must be physical. Easy. Oof, I did not block that. I did not block that. I did not block. Whoa, what is wrong with me? Do 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 Mario will be the next person to level up. What's the big rush? I'm Booster, and this is my famous tower of amusement. Normally, I welcome visitors to play with me and my sniffsters. However, a girl fell out of the sky and into my lap recently. Since then, I've been busy keeping her happy and entertained. I no longer have the time to play, so please enjoy yourself. At your own risk, that is. Sounds like a Discord mod. What? Hey, come back here! Please refrain from bothering Booster. I'm not paid enough for this. Put the flower tab in the storage box. Oh, these are new bombs. These are raw bombs. My ultimate destiny is nothingness. Might as well go out with a bang. That's depressing. Not quite enough damage to take out the second and third one before having to attack again. Okay, so far how is this a tower of amusement? The only thing happening here is us fighting through enemies as we go up floor by floor. And Booster had a little train. That was kind of neat, I guess. Oh, he was hiding back there. Oh, I remember this. This is gonna be tough. Oh, I did it right on my first go. Let's go. Yeah, we found the masher. They didn't do it like bonking him actually on the head. Like it was sideways. Makes monster mash. Holy smokes, it is way more powerful than what I currently have. My attack currently is 105 and this is gonna give me an extra 20 attack. Speaking of, we don't have anything hooked on Bowser. May as well give him some work pants and a form pin. We don't have any weapons for him yet. With the new hammer weapon, the same animation as the hammer we got at the beginning of the game. So that means the timing with it should be the same as that hammer. I thought it was gonna go for Mallow, so I thought I had extra time. Oh, they respawn. Oh, that is a lot of enemies. We're getting a few honey syrups, so I think I'm going to use a few of them now. We can safely use 2. Probably get some more as we keep beating those guys up. Oh, we leveled up with Mario. Mario reaches level 14. Mario reaches level 14. Let's look at our stats. We are going up. Mario's learned a new move, the Ultra Jump. All right. Let's see. Magic attack goes up 3 this time. 1 point there. 1 point there. 1 point there. That's only 3, and usually when it's an HP one from Mario, it's 4. So very clearly it's going to be magic attack. I wonder if his fire orb counts as a magic attack. Mario's level up is going to make it so we can actually start taking down people. Come on, give us an orb. They tend to drop the honey syrups. Not that we're like really hard pressed for honey syrup right now, but what was that loud noise? Check out Booster Pass. Oh boy. Let's check out Booster Pass. I think it opens up a new path. For whatever reason, pressing down did not move me to that spot. What the masher looks like here. Ooh, Gino and Mallow, you're almost to a level up. I wanna go straight to see where whatever the cool stuff is. It's gonna be over here. I think it's over here. Oh, there's an opening now. Fight each and every last one of them because I can. Wait, what happens if I... That's right. Gino leveled up. Gino is level 12. Look at his stats right there. Gino is level 12 now. Alright, let's see. So, usually his HP is 6, but it's a good one, so it's not going to be that. That one's an increase of 3. So it's probably going to be that one. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. So yeah, it's going to be attack. I'm pretty sure that I did a psychopath on these guys, but just in case it's a different one. You'll regret jumping on me. Go ahead and try. I dare you. What are you, scared? I think the jump shoes actually allow me to be able to bounce on him. Mallow will be next. The next battle looks like. Ooh, Paratroopa's back, huh? Wait, not even get a chance. Golly, you're that famous Mario guy. If I beat you, they'll make me Snifster number 4, if I'm lucky. forget if there's anything special about him.
Is to lose to an apprentice what appears to be a typical game over 1-2, followed by a short cutscene in which the apprentice happily declares that it will be named the next Snifster. Mario will then be revived, as he was prior to battle and this before in Booster Tower, though he does not join the original Snifster trio in their escapades. A new apprentice will also replace the victorious one. By losing to him, Mario can repeat the process, promoting the new Snifster as well. It can be done again and again until the 5th apprentice is lost to him. This apprentice wishes to become Snifster number 8, but there is no room for an 8th bodyguard, so he's forced to relocate to Great Guy's Casino, not to be replaced by another apprentice. See what things like. So if I lose to him, he gets all happy. That up. Being an apprentice is tough. I can't take much more. He did not stand a chance. Well, now they'll make me take the training course over again. Thanks for the attack up bonus. There's nothing left to fight. I get more coins than I actually get EXP here, that's kind of funny. Now it's gonna be Mallow's turn. Mallow reaches level 14. Mallow reaches level 14. Magic attack starting to creep up a little bit there, I think. Mallow learned a new move. Snowy Snowman. Tells foes. Alright, so 1 and 1, 1 and 1. That's only 4. Usually it's 6 for him. But this gives me 3 magic attack. Just 1 defense. So it must be this one. Congrats, Mallow. Frog coin, Coca-Cola, and a flower. That cloud? You guys see that cloud? I'm not going crazy. That cloud looked like it had a really mean looking face. Like that one down there. I think the cloud patterns repeat. I don't know if we'll be able to still see it. Not going crazy. I know I saw an angry face in that cloud. I think I'm going insane. I really thought I saw an angry face in the clouds. Now all of these clouds are different shapes. Or at least they appear to be different shapes. Anyway, whatever. Let's get out of here. See if that guy there is going to tell me that there's new stuff. I don't think I missed anything. We're not going to fight all these guys again. We're going to progress through story today. We've already fought these guys enough times. However, Booster Tower does give good EXP. In particular, because I want to get one of those orbs to give me another pea syrup. With all that money too, can't go wrong with getting money. Bowser did not appreciate getting hit with a giant fireball. Once again. Bowser will be leveling up soon too. I think the room right after the that switch is the transform into Mario, like 8-bit Mario, which I'm not gonna touch till we get a save point. I like leaving that so that I can come back and revisit and goof there. Do you guys do that? Do you leave intentional spots in games that you know that you can revisit, like alone? Because you know that once you do it, you'll never be able to do it again. You just leave it so you can re-experience it whenever you want. I 100% do that. Ooh, I goofed. Oh, it still died. I goofed. You know, looking at Mario's portrait down there at the bottom of the screen kind of reminds me of his portrait from Super Mario, not Super Mario, Mario Kart 64. Very reminiscent of it. Probably just because the pose is the same. Oh, Mario's a little more deformed in how he looks in this game compared to his other games. He made him like, I don't know how to describe it, like a chibi. Oh, Bowser leveled up. Bowser leveled up. He's now level 10. Let's all cha-cha for him. Da, 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 da. Alright, so... Oh, I think he already has the highest attack of any character I have right now. Alright, so that's 1 and 1, 1 and 1. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, so it must be HP that we're looking for. Everything else only increases by 1. Gonna be a bit before anybody levels up again, so. We're doing what? Oh, I keep pressing that instead of start. We're almost back to the money I lost. Yep, there's the room. Not doing it though. Not till I find a save point.
Do-do-do-do-do. All right. Please give me a honey syrup. Oh, I see the bullet bills up there. Okay, I can't get down. So does Mario produce a little bit of light? Because I just noticed that wherever I move on that tile, there's a little bit of light being reflected. Blast first, ask questions later. We gotta pick me up. I did not expect that. Oh, giving us all to pick me ups. A little running tackle thing he does always catches me off guard. Oh. Guess I didn't touch him in time. This time I anticipated it. Because he's done it so many times. Thanks for the frog coin. What? He pushed me back? You can do that? I don't know. Did he push me back? He's pushing me back into battle, I think. I'll try one more time. Yeah, he's pushing me back or something. That's new. I don't recall him doing that. The heck was that? Never seen him do that before. You want to fight? Yeah, I want to fight. I've been trying to do this whole time with you. Pretty sure it's gonna be the same thing. I've not paid enough for this. It just, even though he's Snifster number 3, this has the same dialogue. He just identifies as Snifster in the game. Horrible bombs, or raw bombs, rather.
I think Knife Guy or Great Knife Guy I think is gonna be in this room in the future. Lucky! I haven't seen a Lucky since the Mobile Mines. Double my coins, you bet I'll do it. 18 coins instead, haha. We're never gonna have to buy items. Alright, now that I did that, I'm not gonna fight everything again. Just for us to experience that. For those of you who have never seen it before. Mario walks in here all the way. Pretty deep in. Except now the curtains actually move when I jump through them. Once you walk through one of the doors, I'm gonna do this one so that it does it for the longest amount of time. Now I'm pretty confident can't do it ever again. So that's why I always do it the way that I do it. So now that I saved, right, whenever I revisit Booster Tower, if I ever want to show that little Easter egg to someone, I can. Oh. Take a look at Booster's family portraits in order from the oldest to the youngest. I know this was definitely the last one. I think it was something like... Oh. I think they changed the order. I feel like they changed the order. I remember, maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember it was like 1, 2, Skip, and Dad. But they seem to be in different orders now, I guess. Oh, maybe I'm misremembering it. It was this way. Found the Elder Key. See, but now in doing this, oh, respect your They gaze into each other's eyes. Mario, she's a bit shy. Look the other way, will you? You can turn around now. She says she's been locked up ever since she took a bite out of Booster, so now she wants to help us stir up a little trouble. Got a chain chomp. What did that do for his attack? Brings it up by 10. Gino and Bowser getting close. Stuff like that. Oh, we got a honey syrup finally. Is that the only treasure here? Oh, another frog coin. Alright, they always come back down. Got the room key. I think the trick here, yeah, there might be battles you have to. Oh, but those are new enemies. Hello, you know what to do. Blurb, blurb, blurb. I may want to actually step on some of these. I will fight all of you. You guys aren't tough to begin with. I think you're just gonna be these blue orbs. Bowser has leveled up again. This time, Bowser's E-level. Oh, what the heck was I saying? This time Bowser's level 11. Oh boy. Alright, so... Oh, he got a lot of HP in there. Is he in the hundreds at least now? That's only a 1 increase, definitely not HP. 1 and 1, so I'm gonna assume it's gonna be a magic thing today. Or today, rather. This level up. The only one that goes up by more than 1. Oh, now it's Gino's turn to level up. It is Gino's turn to level up, and Gino made it to 13. 13, whoa. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1. HP goes up by 6, so I think it's this one. I guess they're all gonna be same enemy type. What? I did not anticipate that attack. It threw me off. I will double my EXP, sure. I'm not gonna lie, I struggled a little bit at first trying to figure out those patterns to the Yoshi thing in this remake. But now that I've done it a few times, I feel like
easier than in the original. Lucky! Oh, Mario leveled up again. This time Mario's level 15. Mario is level 15. Mario's level 15. His HP is 127. Jeez. Mario's just a little tank. Compared to the rest of the group, maybe Bowser eventually catch up once he's level 15. I don't know, but goodness. Alright, so Mario's level 15. That went up by 3. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. That went up by 2 and 1, so I'm gonna guess it's physical for this time. I was busy looking down at the HP gauges. Battle will be next. Guess we fought all the flame here. We have a key to that room now, so I guess we're gonna open that next. I wanna make sure that I fought everything I can. Pretty sure we did. Oh, I lied. Got the Zoom shoes. Kino's my fastest person. Battle's my slowest, but I kind of need him to hold on to that. My magic attack goes down. How slow is Bowser? Bowser's my slowest person. Maybe we can give him Zoom shoes instead. I think it's just a teeny tiny bit faster. Oh, they respawn. Great, fantastic. I will double my EXP, sure. Oh, I'm actually confused. I hope it's this one.
Whoa.
I was wrong! I lost it all!
Whoa.
Ooh, chain chomps. Lately, I've been feeling chained down, really. We got another honey syrup. Does that mean our honey syrup's back to where it was? Yep, it's back up to 10. Oh, he's a special enemy. Can't get the timing down for the chain chomp. Oh, Mallow still leveled up. Mallow reaches level 15. Mallow reaches level 15. Magic attack is getting up there. Magic attack's getting up there. What about his other stats? His HP is also getting up there. So let's take a look. It only goes up by 4. This one's 1 and 1, 1 and 1. And this one goes up by 3. It must be this one. Right? 1 and 1 and 1. I always double check. I always get paranoid. That's 4. Alright, so it's this one. Chugga chugga. Woo woo. Chugga chugga honk. This is my personal railway. Eh? My, it's you again. I'm amazed you made it this far. Yes, quite amazing you are. Since you're here, maybe you could clear up something for me. My bride-to-be is chanting, Mario help me, Mario help me, Mario help me. Is she showing her happiness? Hey, wait a second. Maybe Mario is another guy. What if you're this Mario she keeps talking about? Trying to take my bride away? Why don't you take this instead? I will destroy every last one of your Robots. Oh, we timed it correctly there at least. Lots of EXP and money. I cannot get that timing right to save my life. Anything else you want to throw at me? What now, booster? That didn't do it. Grr, I ran out of bombs. Well, so long. Is there a secret to booster chucking bombs? Now I'm concerned.
Oh, so I just would have gotten a little scene with him like, complaining is what I would have gotten. Okay, that's not anything I'd... Oh. Like how they have little things so that we can imitate the booster portrait thing. Doesn't say anything. Oh, okay. Oh, we did it. We got the timing with the song that I like. Da, 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 da. There's a hidden treasure here. Oh, I know where it is. I remember this. Got a goodie bag. There's another hidden treasure? Oh, we got healed up. That's good. There's a little Samus doll there. I think that's a rad racer thing. I don't know. I don't know what that is. And there's a Peach doll there, obviously. There's a little beetle in a little Mario house. It's modeled like after Mario's house. There's a little Mario doll up there. Mario, you did come to rescue me. I was so frightened and lonely. Now that you're here, the door won't open. I think we need Booster's spell to undo the lock on it. Oh, what should we do? Oh, thinking pose, right? Yep. Aha! What should we do? Booster's returning, isn't he? I know. Hide somewhere and wait until he opens the door. You can move freely behind the curtains. Good luck hiding from Booster and his snipsters. Boss, shouldn't we be concentrating on the girl? Right. Now about the girl in my life who thinks I should marry her. Well, speak up. A wedding ceremony would make a great party. Ah, a party. We haven't had one of those. It could be fun. So, what is a party? Well, you drink punch and eat cake, I think. Drink punch, eat cake. It sounds complicated. I don't know if I can muster the energy to do it. Let's walk through it once. It's wedding rehearsal time. Little stall on his head. Now begin the ceremony. Walk down the aisle with that. Hey, someone make her smile. Beautiful bride to be. Wait, Mario always shows up about now to ruin the fun. Gotta take that into consideration. You know, someone go and get the Mario doll. It isn't here. Of course it's here. You lazy slobs couldn't find water if you were fish. It's behind those curtains. Number 1. You go and look. I think you could very clearly see me in between the motions. Nope, nothing here.
I wouldn't go and lose my Mario doll, you idiots. Arg, number 2, you look too. I don't see anything. We can't give up. It's gotta be here somewhere. Number 3, it's your turn. Help me! Wah! Wait a minute. This is better than a party. Look out, because here I come. Wait a second. It's right up there. I found the Mario doll. But we'll never be able to reach it up there. Oh, the sorrow. What am I gonna do? I'm about to lose it. That did not sound like a sniffle. Goodness, you're so kind. Thank you for getting my doll. I'd like to reward you. Here, take this. Got Booster's charm. May happiness follow you wherever you go. He was just saying how I ruined his plans and now he's wishing me happiness. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Alright, enough is enough. Cancel the rehearsal. We're going on with the show. Here's the password. Lee! Yep, I knew it was gonna be the... whatever the username on the Switch is, instead of naming the save file. I like how he's the only one that realized what just happened. That way we don't have to repeat that. We're gonna come out here and we're gonna get attacked by Knife Guy and Great Guy. Wait! You took all the trouble to come here. So stick around. Can there be no happiness without sacrifice? Can there be no new arrow without misfortune? Come on, brother, let's thrash him. Whoop-de-doo. Yikes, they're pretty tough. Oops. You re-silenced me? That chain chomp was chomping all over their face. You win! Oh, this is the hard part. I would not mind an autosave here. Please let me go, won't you? Please? Pretty please? Eh? Where's my bride-to-be? I want to play hide-and-seek too. Yuck, I don't want to play anything with you. What a poor sport. Well, we really should hurry along. A yummy cake is waiting for us after we climb this hill. Let's go. No, I don't want to marry you. Please let me go. Help, Mario! Please help me! Uh-oh, it's Mario. We didn't plan on this. Mario, you aren't invited to our wedding. Besides, we still have to have the rehearsal. I'll be happy to race you to the wedding hall, but you'd better not get in my way. Ready? This is the Booster Hill track. Need some advice? Yes. You can only move left or right and jump. You can't go forward or backward. Touch the snifters or any of the barrels and you'll fall back. Jump on the barrels or the snifters to sprint forward. Reach out and touch Princess Peach and you'll win flowers. Ready, set, go! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Really? That's not... Oh my gosh. I'm so busy looking at the stupid barrels that... Whatever, I got like 5. Probably like 4, never mind. Oh, 8 flowers? I could have gotten way more, but I'm terrible at this. You're gonna get 1 chance at it. Marrymore. Welcome to Marrymore. We have a lovely wedding hall and a 4-star hotel facility. Please enjoy your stay here. What? You're seeking a man with a scraggly beard and weird helmet? How could I forget him? He's up at the wedding hall. Oh, it's a 2-in-1. Forgot that that's what the case was here. Oh, honey, please, can we stay in the suite, please? This place is known for its exquisite service, especially in the suite, but it's a tad pricey. Isn't it just splendid? This place is heaven, even for the rich and famous. Oh, may I help you today? I'd like to buy some things. A super hammer, which is apparently worse than the hammer I already have. I like to have one of every weapon, but we're not going to equip it. Womp gloves. Yes. Guess I want to equip it. A handgun. Okay. Put that to Gino. Fake chomp. It's the shell of a chain chomp. Okay. So that we can have unique items. Happy shirt. Happy pants. Happy pants. A happy cape. And a happy Whoa, it is worse than all of the other stuff. But we'll have it for the sake of saying we have it. Overflowing with the power of love. I'd like to rest a while. Yes, I see. We here at Marrymore Hotel offer a... We here at the Marrymore Hotel are offering a very special deal for a limited time only. Choose to stay in our lovely deluxe suite. You shall receive a once-in-a-lifetime gift. Now, which room will you choose? The regular room or the suite? Oh, excellent choice, sir. We shall attend to you in a minute. Sir, this is the gift we promise you upon selection of the suite. We hope you'll enjoy it. Got a flower tab. The bellhop will show you to your room, please. Enjoy your stay. Hello, how may I help you? Oh man, they made this room look swanky. This is the room. Please make yourself at home. Please feel free to use this terry cloth bathrobe after bathing. That line is new. And please be sure to turn the lights off when going to sleep. Ring the bell for room service. Anything else, sir? Looks like you want a tip. Will you give him one? Sure, why not? Thank you very much, sir. Please enjoy your stay here. It's too small for you. LOL. Does his face come out red like in the original? Mario just took a shower. It actually made his face red. Show up red here? No. And we get to listen to Mario whistle in the shower, and he whistles the Super Mario Brothers theme. You have paid for only one night's stay. Would you like to stay longer? I'll pass. If you stay and you can't pay it off, you have to work as a bellhop until you pay off the debt, which is kind of funny. Which would have been easier to do if the game didn't like let me have so much money, but because I have so much money now that you can go over 999, I feel like it's easy for people to miss out on that. I figured it would be there if it was going to be in. Oh, I'm so exhausted. Heard there's a casino where you can get big prizes, but I just can't find the place. Does it really exist? Our flower points went up by 8, so we're at 42 now. Good morning, I hope you were able to sleep well. You betcha. Oh, is that so? It is a pleasure to serve you, sir. This is another complimentary gift. Please take it along with you. Got a mid-mushroom. Isn't this just splendid? This place is heaven, even for rich and famous people. I'm the best photographer around. Would you like a wedding portrait? I saw people who look like chefs go into the wedding hall through the back way. Weird, huh? We were about to begin the ceremony when some kids in dark clothes kicked us out. Help! Booster's wedding is in progress. We're barricading the door, so don't even bother trying to sneak inside. It was my dream to stay in the suite after we got married. This was supposed to be my wedding day. All my plans have been ruined. King Booster. Looks like he needs to go somewhere. Fast. Who's this guy with the scraggly beard? He and Princess Peach were... No, don't tell me. They're getting married? Who's the cuckoo blue and screaming, it's time for my wedding? Just who does he think he is? This must be a first. A perfect couple wasn't going to live happily after. I give up. I think that's the one who kicked us out. I came all the way over here to give these two a proper send-off, and look at what happens. Oh, that's an exit. But we can't go anywhere yet, so can't really exit. Always someone like hiding behind these things, so it doesn't hurt to check, right? Also, Marrymore looks a lot like Hyrule Castle in its color scheme and design. I'm not letting you in here, and you can forget about the back entrance. It's locked. At least I think it is. Okay, no different dialogue. Apprentice. Yeah, the groom to be ordered something special. Wait until he sees this. We bake a cake for the big wedding. It must be masterpiece. What are you doing? Oh, that's nice. You just stepped on the... You fools! I miss their little animations. I miss the thump sound when you hit the ground. Like, you fools! Halt! Who goes there? You look like Mario, but the door's shut tight. Listen, Mustache. You and your overgrown turtle friend can take a hike. Go, scat, make like Mario and jump out of here. Get lost. Oops, we've got a problem. I better go tell Booster. It won't budge. Say, wanna help me bust this door down? On the count of 3, we'll run together. Timing's key. Ready? Here we go. Wait, can he push you out of the way? Or is it that he can land on you? Timing seems to be a bit more strict. Booster, sir, Mario's here. You clowns, you don't break a door down when entering a room. Shut it now. Move it, move it. Mario, is that you? Mario, I'm in here. Hurry, get me out of here. We're pretty sure Mr. Mustache can break in here, but that turtle looks mean. He could be trouble. I feel like the dialogue is a teeny tiny bit different there. They have no idea what they're up against. I'm lightning in a bottle. I'm an earthquake in a can. I'll bust this open in no time. You don't bring much to the party, but why not help anyway? At least you'll feel like you did something. Ow! Watch what you're doing. Great. I've dropped everything. My shoes, my ring, my brooch, and my crown. Booster, sir. She doesn't keep her same animations. Booster, don't bother me now. Okay, everyone, the bride is growing impatient. Let the wedding begin. What's this? Water? Coming from your eyes? Are you leaking, my dear? Tastes salty. Booster, sir, I believe that the bride may be, crying. Crying? But that's what people do when they're sad. How disgusting. That stuff must be corrosive. It tastes like the sea. What could be making her cry anyway? I believe she is crying because she has dropped some of her wedding gear. Aha, of course. But those tears will ruin the cake. Make her stop before Mario breaks in. But Mario's already in. Booster, sir, we have to find her things. The wedding can't go on without them. We're still waiting on the cake, too. 10-4, good buddy. You find her stuff. I'll move the ceremony forward. Hurry. Booster, sir, you're supposed to be on the right. The bride should be on your left. Just testing. Like this, right? Booster, sir, I found the ring. Booster, here's the brooch. Booster, sir, I found the shoes. Hey, wait, wasn't there one more thing? You're right, the crown. Uh-oh, they're lighting the candles. Hurry and get back the accessories from the snifters and save Princess Peach. If you're quick, something good might just happen. Hey, hey, hey. Give me the shoes. Hey, hey, hey. Give me the brooch. Hey, hey, give me that. Give me the ring. And I got the crown. There. Hopefully I did it fast enough. Ho ho, here it is. Hey, you're Mario. So you've come to crash my wedding, I presume. Mario! You're finally here. Eek! What is Bowser doing here? What a waste of time. I've got bigger fish to fry. I know I'm in good hands when you're around, Mario. Here's a kiss for my hero. Oh, isn't that great? You're gonna kiss him when I'm the one who saved your skin? Me too, I want a reward. I'll take a kiss. Give me a kiss. Stop it, all of you. I'm getting so confused. This is for you, Mario. We did it. Feels like sandpaper. What the? Now that's one for the scrapbook. Come, Mario, let's get back to the Mushroom Kingdom. The Chancellor's waiting for us. I go, Bowser's upset. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We've made the most amazing cake. You won't believe it. Why are you speaking like it's clickbait? Here is the cake, but where are bride and groom? Where is everyone? This is big trouble. The bride is leaving? You're taking the bride away? But there won't be anyone to eat this cake. What? This can't be. We worked all day on it. You fools! Stop it! Stop it! We can't hurt them. That's Chef Torte. This is not pound cake, so stop pounding it. Stop, stop! Stop, stop! Oh I see the cake has a face now. Forte. Oh my gosh. Stop, stop. Stop, stop. This is not pound cake, so stop pounding it. Wait. Stop, stop. Congratulations. Stop, stop. Stop, stop. Are they both just named Torte? Okay, so they say the same thing each time. Oh, the cake has multiple faces. Poke, poke, poke. Ouch, ouch. What are you doing? Chef Torte, the cake's moving. What? He's not moving. Back to work. I know it was moving. Oh, I see the other face now. Didn't notice the faces initially. Poke, poke, poke. Ouch, ouch. Now what? Chef Torte, the cake's moving. Talk no more of these. No, really, truly, why would I lie? Because you are idiot. Z, it is not moving. Huh? The cake's alive. Run. See, I was right. Attack with A to blow out candles. Does it have a different top peak now? Oh my. It's 0 HP. I guess we just have to blow out the candles at this point. Oh my goodness! Please, Mallow. Congratulations. Okay, so it doesn't change. Oh, see, that's a different part of the cake then. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Maybe we ought to wait. This is Booster's wedding cake. He'll have a fit if we nibble on it. Hey, number one, where's my cake? Booster, sir. There's a 70% chance the object you're standing on is a cake. This thing's a cake? Okay, everyone, here's the stumper. How do we eat this? I say we boil it. Number two, what do you say? Way too messy. Why don't you just swallow it? What? In one gulp? That's easier said than done. Come, Booster. You can do it. Open wide, please. My nerves are shot. Man, oh man. Feel like I've forgotten to tie my cord before bungee jumping. Here it comes. Wait, wait. The cake just moved? Concentrate, sir. This doesn't feel right. You're eating something that is alive. Mmm. Delicious. Hang on, I'm feeling a feeling. Yes. It's so good it makes me want to cry. Congratulations, sir. The wedding is now officially over. Thanks, everyone. It's a wrap. Let's go. You win! That was wonderful, Mario. You're my knight in shining armor. Finally, let's get back. Oh, what a day. Can you believe it? I almost got married to that thing. But I hope someone marries me someday. Peach, Princess of the Mushroom Kingdom, has joined the party. Be sure to bring her back safely. Mario! That creepy guy just left. Does that mean we can go on with our wedding? Oh, Raz, I'm so happy. Let's get this wedding over with so we can stay in the suite and then go on our honeymoon. Let's do it. Alright, you'll have to excuse us. Okay, everyone, we're gonna start this from the beginning. Back inside, please. How come some toads are much taller and bigger than the other toads? That Raz, he found himself a real peach. She's so gorgeous. I can't take it anymore. Rainy's so beautiful. It's lovely, isn't it? Shh, quiet now. I do. I do. Mario's doing the ceremony. Yes, indeed. This is a melody of celebration, composed by the one and only Toadofsky. It's our turn next. I wish the people before us would hurry up. We've been waiting for 30 minutes now. I don't know if you noticed, but there was an attack on Cake and all sorts of other silliness that they had to deal with. I came to see where the wedding's going to be held. For my honeymoon, I was thinking of going to Seaside Town. Going to be held here? This is absolutely gorgeous. Welcome to Marrymore. You can get married up in the hall, and if you wish to stay the night, they can help you over there, over in that gorgeous hotel. I'm the best photographer around. Would you like a wedding portrait? We're finally man and wife. Honey, I don't want you to wander off too far now. Pipe down and relax. I wish it were ski season. I wish those two a wonderful life together. Oh man, is it over yet? I hate getting my picture taken. Okay, get a little closer now. Ready? Alright. 1, 2. Hey, you there! Why the long face? This isn't a funeral, you know. Alright, on the count of 3, say cheese. Does it repeat? I think I have to leave the area for it to repeat. gonna show us. Oh, they didn't even show us walking to the Mushroom Kingdom. They just brought us straight to the Mushroom Kingdom. Gonna revisit Frogfucius. Let him know we saved the princess. Go to work, Mario. You rescued Peach. Why don't you head back to the Mushroom Kingdom? I'm sure the Chancellor's worried. My favorite song? It's the Movo Minor song. Oh boy, hold on. Mi do so do, re la ti do. Wait, mi do so do. Wait, mi do so do, right? And he's saying no. Mi do so do, re la ti do. That's it! This is the melody I've been looking for. Thank you for the inspiration. Please take this as a token of my gratitude. Got the tenor card. If I ever need help with my compositions again, I'll look for you here. Until then, adieu! Can't wait to graduate from music school and start composing. Dog Coin Emporium. Don't care about any of those. Ah, a tenor car holder, huh? What'll it be? Finless Cola. Oh wait, I also want to check Yoshi's Island real quick. If that baby Yoshi is hatched yet. Oh! I really thought I was going to come out from the pipe, but that doesn't make sense. We're not coming from Pipe Vault. It hatched! Meow. See if we can get some more first. I really need to save before I do these. Congratulations, Yoshi came in first. Prize goes to the winner. Got 15 cookies! Two to one. What? Nope. Not accepting it. Nope, not accepting it. Wait, we don't need to do this. We just... I bet that's how I get the most amount. On a 2-to-1. But I failed the 2-to-1. What? Or to 1. I'm gonna forget the music and I'm just gonna pay attention to the visual cue. 40 cookies! If you're carrying a lot of things, don't worry, I'll store 20 for you. Don't worry, I won't eat anything. So that makes a total of 47. Oh my god, that's a lot of cookies! I only get like 5 additional. Got 15 cookies. We'll do one more race and we'll start feeding that baby Yoshi. I thought as a kid that if you did this, you could eat like some of the fruit off the thing, but it doesn't really do anything, I don't think. Oh my god, that race was not even close. Alright, might look up real quick what I have to do with the feeding of the Yoshi. a minimum of 30 Yoshi cookies over time. You can come back to find the mythical Fat Yoshi. Getting this many Yoshi cookies can be tough. You aren't that good at the rhythm game, so we recommend saving at the save point right before making a big bet, playing it safe, and just Yoshi. Fat Yoshi has been manifested. He can give you random rewards when you give him specific amounts of Yoshi's cookies, bunches by 10 or 20 at a time. When given a correct amount of Yoshi cookies, he can give certain items including bracers, energizers, Yoshi candies, red essence, and Yoshi aid, which acts as both a bracer and energizer rolled into one. So we have to give him 30 cookies. We have plenty of cookies, so I don't mind giving him some of those cookies we've earned. If they go on some cookies, want to give him some? Sure. I only need to give him 30, so... No, when we come back, apparently, should be a Fat Yoshi, right? And boom! Fat Yoshi. I'm dying for some cookies. Want to give him some? Oh, we have to give him cookies at this point? Phew, now that's what I call generous. Should be at 10 cookies back in my inventory now. Hey, there's a letter, but I can't read it. There's nothing in here. There's a letter inside. Care to read it? Sure. Honeymoon reservations for 2. Mushroom Travel Agency. Aw, that's right. Raz and Rainy come here. Alright, now we probably have kept the Chancellor waiting long enough. Let's go ahead and return the princess. Welcome back, Mario. All's well here. I hope my grandchild turns out to be like the princess. Wait, hold on. This is the highest score. Wait, hold on. This is the highest score. Wait, hold on. This is the highest score. Alright, yes, I'm done here. You want this? It's only 500 coins. Oh, sure. Want me to teach you? Yes, please. High score. If you hit the shells with the stars fired by the beetle, you get hit. If you get hit, recover by firing continuously. Just do it. Alright, what happens if I say I already know? Oh, you're no fun. Like how he's holding a DMG Game Boy. Alright, so it was before it used to be in the menu. Oh, there it is. You can now play the pre-owned game Beatlemania. Try to get a high score. Play by selecting Play Game from the menu. Oh boy. High score is 5,000. We got this. Like, it doesn't say anything about cheating with a turbo type controller now. Beat his high score. I could just press B and A. But it is tiring. What? I'm gonna get that high score. Ooh, that was beautiful. I think so even like the little stars hurt me. So it's not just the shells hitting you, it's the stars that come off from the shells. Oh, we're over halfway there. We got this. I think there might be a strategy to letting a bunch of them end up on the screen. It's also riskier because those stars can hit you coming off of the shells. Gonna beat his high score. Rub it in his face! Like how they gave it like a little outline to make it look more like a Game Boy. Like how the backdrop is basically second level of Super Mario World. Like how Mario's probably waiting at the Mushroom Kingdom Inn. And then everyone's like, Mario, we gotta go deliver the princess. Like, the Chancellor's waiting on us. And we're just like, hold on, we almost got a high score. Alright, we need another 1,000. Uh-oh. Starting to actually get into the twos. It's taking more mashes to get out of that dizzy state. I refuse! Oh! Oh! No! We're almost there! We're gonna beat the high score! No! 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 Wake up! Wake up! No! 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 Yes! We beat the high score! We did it! We beat the high score! My forearm is dying. You might notice I'm shooting a lot slower. I'm trying to let my forearm relax. So it's only the face buttons that work for this. It says A to fire and recover in the corner, but you can press all of the buttons to recover or fire. Like say I could fire like 4 or 2 at a time there just by mashing them at the same time. I don't think you get anything from getting the high score, but it's just a little thing I want to do. Alright, we're over 1,000 points over the high score. I think if you get high enough, the backdrop changes too, I think. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Oh my god, there's so many shells. Heck yes. All I gotta do is like hide in the little corner. Oh, no, 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 no. Get it, get it, get it. No! Oh, well, we got 10,000. Leave me alone. We're getting dangerously close to failing. Oh well. We got 12,110. I think the key is just letting the screen flood. I'm gonna just do one where I just let the screen flood with a bunch of them because I'm curious. Where it doesn't take like a whole bunch of button mashing. Come on, fill up as much as you can. So I guess you can get enough of a multiplier that it gets like 1,000. Holy smokes! What? Did you guys see that? Oh my god. Go, 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 get up, get up. I'm gonna have to try this in my original save file on the Super Nintendo copy. Oh my gosh. What? All I'm doing is just cheesing. I'm just hiding in a little corner. Oh my gosh! We are cheesing it so much. Oh my. And all I'm doing is hanging out in the corner, just letting the screen flood with a bunch of shells. And I guess now it's flooding even more. I guess because the score got higher, it's giving us way more shells. I knew that that one shell was going to be the one that hits me. I knew that one was going to hit me. Oh God, look at that score! I know I can't have been the first person to figure this out, but it's still kind of neat that I didn't know it was always as easy as just doing this! He had a high score of 5,000. And I stepped up to the plate. Cheesed it. Oh yes, this is perfect. Wonder how high I can get. Come on, fill the screen up with shells. This is so hilarious. Let's try hanging out in this corner. I'm not sure, but I think the little hearts probably like make it so I don't have to mash as much. Fill that screen up with shells. Oh my God. wonder if there's an upper limit to what my score can be. My score is like 3 million. Over 3 million. Gosh. We're almost at 4 million. Never mind, we are at 4 million. That little beetle, he's giving it his all. So yeah, I got the high score of 5,000. What's your score? Just gotta let it fill up a little bit. This is it. This is my whole personality now, sitting in the corner playing Beatlemania. I now understand why this kid was getting so upset with me. How dare I have interrupted his Beatlemania-ness. We're almost at 5 mil. And we are now at 5 mil. Can we make it to 10 mil? I wonder if I could just really let the screen flood with a bunch of cuckoo shells. Then I keep accidentally misfiring that. I've seen it get up to as high as 9,999 as a multiplier. Like that. That was wild. And I assume picking up, like I said, picking up those hearts must reset my, like how much I have to mash. I think if I wait too long too, I don't think, like those that blew up just now, I don't think I get scores for those. Or now it's 6 mil. We're definitely not gonna be able to get that one. Holy smokes. That one random stray one that slaps into me. Those counted, apparently. I was supposed to bring the princess back, and instead I'm playing Beatlemania, and it is so addicting. What are high number score games so addicting? I would have been better off going to those 3 over there. Oh, we're at 7 mil. Oh, we can pause. Any high scores you set will remain. Let's see if there's anything for the Beatlemania high score. Oh, I should probably put Mario RPG because Beatlemania might be confused with something else. Okay, so I don't think there's anything that happens, so I guess I'll go for 10 mil and be happy with that. Almost at 8 mil anyway. But apparently, from what I just read, it will cap out at 99 million. 99,999,000. So on and so forth. The absolute mad individuals that went through the trouble of doing this. Just to see what would happen. I'll be content at just getting to 10 mil. There were people that were hoping that I would just cap out at 9 mil, but it did not. I also don't know if there were little hearts that you can get in the original one to help you keep going. I mean, I do get scores for those, but nothing really happens. It's not as high as if I had just initiated it. I guess the tactic is get a lot and then just... I also think it's better for me to do it from the absolute edge of the screen. If I do it from the center, the multipliers aren't as much because they spread out more, I guess. It has more of a chance to spread out if I'm in the corner, rather. But like now... Yeah, that did it. No! My god, it's still going. Mario, can we go take the princess back to the Chancellor now? No. We're almost at 9 mil. Maybe this next cluster will get me 9 mil. It definitely did. Who would have the absolute patience to go beyond this? Like, to go all the way to 99 mil. That is ridiculous. I mean, I guess if you wait for, like, clusters like what I just did there, it got up pretty high. I messed up there. Accidentally do one of these chains. I just know now, on retro achievements, there must be something for getting that high of a score. There it is. We did it. 100, or rather, what's our score at the moment? Oh, I can't see it because it blurs it out. We currently have 10,253,974. I waited too long there. Get to 10,500,000. Okay, I got to 1,600,000. Why is it doing that to me? I legitimately wanted to stop at 10 million, and then it brought me so close to 10.5 mil that I was like, oh well, I may as well go for the 10.5, and then it shot me way over that amount. Oh my god, we're almost at 11 mil. How? I mean, it doesn't take... I mean, maybe in the remake it's easier, I don't know. I can believe people would be falling asleep trying to do this. This isn't exactly challenging. At least what I'm doing is not exactly challenging. It's just me hanging out in the little corner here. Now I want to get to 12.5. Poor little beetle. Gotta wait for a lot more shells. Now I know why this kid, even as the Mushroom Kingdom was getting attacked by all these weird monsters, this kid was just in his corner playing Beatlemania, and I understand why now. I mean, it is doable to get 999 million now that I know how it works. Okay, I need to stop. I said I was going to stop at 12.5 mil. Then something like that happens. Can't stop at unlucky number 13. This is so addicting. What is this? It has to be different. Oh, we're at 14 now. Not that this is on a Nintendo Switch, one could actually take Beatlemania with them. You could really be that little... That could be a cosplay idea! Someone could cosplay the little kid playing Beatlemania and just take their Switch with them and play it. I got 15 mil. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna do it. That's it. That's enough. That is our high score. 15,275,840. I already know. Go return the princess. This is not Raz and Rainy's house. We're off to Star Hill to make our wish. Our wedding will be held at the village next to the hill. We'll be gone for a while, Raz and Rainy. Say hey, welcome back. The Chancellor's been worrying about you ever since you left. See me later. Mario, welcome back. You look like you're in one piece. Princess! I'm finally home with Mario and some wonderful new friends. They saved my life. Let's go find the Chancellor. Lead on. Come on, Mario. Let's keep the Chancellor waiting. Samus here? Forget when Samus gets here. All guard better not be goofing off. Chancellor, the princess, she's back. Thank goodness, this has been a true nightmare. I'm a nervous wreck. I know I've worried everyone, but I'm fine. I can take care of myself. With a little help from Mario. Come, everyone, let's get out of this drafty doorway. Mario, I hope you know how thankful we are. But you must tell me one thing. How on earth can you trust Bowser? Trust Bowser? What are you talking about? Mario, what are you doing with... What's going on here? Egads! Chancellor! Listen, everyone, relax. Mario's got things under control. Yes, I see. Bowser, perhaps it's time you told us your story. What exactly did you mean when you said you had bigger fish to fry? Can't tell them the truth. This gets out. I'm finished. Excuse me, sir. Perhaps I can set the stage, and the others can add their comments along the way. The Princess, Bowser, and Mario were thrown in different directions after a terrible explosion. Something huge crashed through the Star Road high above Bowser's place and went kaboom! Oh my god, Mario's doing the pose. Right into Bowser's Keep. It was a gigantic sword. Now Bowser's Keep has been taken over by monsters who work for some creep named Smithy. They've thrown me out of my own, I decided to take a vacation. They can't do this to me. Anyway, I was working on a plan to get my house back when Mario walked up to me and begged me to let him join my minions. I had no choice but to let him. It was pathetic. It's okay, Mario. We know Bowser's stretching the truth a little. And Mallow, how about you? Why are you traveling with Mario? Well, because Mario's helping me find my real home and my parents. That's why we're on the road together. What? This is dreadful news. Awful. Horrible. I hope you find your real parents soon. And, Gino, was it? Why are you and Mario... The Star Road has been destroyed. I'm here to fix it. Mario's helping me search for the star pieces. I need them to rebuild the road. Star pieces? The Star Road grants our wishes. Unless we find all the star pieces and fix the Star Road, we can kiss our dreams goodbye. What? This is dreadful news. Awful. Horrible. Isn't it? Indeed. For example, say Bowser kidnapped you. Without the aid of the Star Road, you'd probably never be rescued. Actually, that sounds pretty good to me. Let's just forget about these star things. Great, Bowser. Then you can just kiss your precious keep goodbye. Huh? What? Let's see. If Mario can't find the stars, Peach will be mine. But I won't get my keep back unless Mario finds the stars. So if I want my keep back, we need those star things. But run that past me again? Just ignore that idiot. I don't think I could take a world without wishes. We need to go find those star pieces now. Princess! You can't be serious. You're not thinking of joining them, are you? This is sheer madness. You're a princess. What will people say? I don't care. Things seem hopeless right now. I'm tired. I think I need to lie down in my room for a while. Mario, Mallow, Gino, and Bowser, you two. Good luck. Now then. Thanks to Mario, the princess is back. Now I declare this day to be known forever as... Hey, wait a minute. You don't suppose... Could it have been this Smithy who attacked our kingdom? I fear we have no cause to rejoice. In fact, Mario must ask you for yet another favor. Please, on behalf of all of us, you must defeat Smithy. It is the only way we shall ever live in peace again. Princess Peach is home safe, but she has decided to stay at the kingdom. All we can do is wait here, don't let us down. All we can do here is wait, don't let us down. All we can do is wait here, don't let us down. All we can do. Happy hunting, Mario. Happy hunting, Mario. Happy hunting, Mario. Happy hunting, Mario. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Mario. Thank you. Excellent job, Mario. Thank you, Mario. Excellent job, Mario. The princess is back. I humble myself before you. Good luck, Mario. Princess is back. I humble myself before you. I guess we can't search that. I think she has to be with us before we can search that. Mario! Of course. I think if we try to leave without her... Wait, don't leave me! Please, Mario, take me along with you, please. Don't worry, Granny helped me through this one, so no one will ever notice that I'm gone. So let's go find us a star. But I wonder what it could be. I have absolutely no idea, do you? Mario, times like these... What should we do? We should ask Grandpa. My grandpa should know. Okay, then let's do it. Just as I thought. Peach joins the party once again. Avoid finding the pointy monsters up on top of Star Hill. I'm glad that they fixed it so that people can get dismissible that you couldn't get before. You didn't get it right at the beginning of the game. Granny, thanks for putting up with all my selfish demands. Don't worry, Princess, a little venture will do you good. See the world, make friends, help destroy Smithy. Mario's beside me, so everything's going to be alright, so don't worry, okay? You take care, Granny, you hear? I feel like I'm growing younger just talking with you people. Mario! Stop peeking into other people's rooms. Do I have anything that I can equip her with? She comes with nothing but a lovely dress. Give her the nurture ring, even though it doesn't do much of anything, apparently. Give you a true form pin. You got a slap glove. Okay, so you do have some items. Oh, whoops. Oh, right past Frogfucius' place. Do 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 do. Boop 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 boop. Hey Grandpa, have you heard anything about the star pieces? Well, if it isn't Mallow, I do have the latest news about falling stars, in fact. A large star has been sighted on Star Hill. It does seem likely that a star piece would fall there. We should go explore Star Hill right away. So it puts little flags to where you're supposed to go next. I guess so people don't get lost. You don't really need that. Oh. How that looks. See the giant squid's tentacle coming up out of the water. You can see the sunken ship. Star Hill. Marrymore. Talk to the flower and the Stargate will open. To Star Hill. This is Star Hill. Wishes which were transformed to Star World fall into here. But some wishes that haven't been granted yet are falling because Smithy destroyed the Star Road. A frog sage mentioned the star piece on this hill. Let's see if we can find it. Wish I had some cricket jam. I wonder whose that is. Oh, lots of new enemies. Why are you picking on me? Lucky! He ran away. I will double my EXP. By the stars, you'll regret hitting me. Whoa, Mario's HP, what happened there? What's the shortcut for specials? Lucky! That's gonna be annoying. Oh, Bowser leveled up. Bowser reaches level 12. Poison gas. They only got 1 HP here. 1, 1, 1, 1. 2, 1, 1. I'm gonna assume that the one I want is physical right now. I hope my baby's cute. Wish I had some cricket jam. Fantastic. So pick me up will bring me down. I mean, migraine will bring me down to 1 HP. And then a second migraine will just kill me. I can't go over there. You know what we're gonna do? For now? Our equipment. Mallow. I want him to have zoom shoes. I want Bowser to have the signal ring for now. Can't wait to start a family. Hope my baby is cute. Do I have to talk to it for it to open? Oh no, there's more back here. I could have gone back here. I wish I weren't such a crybaby. This one's private. Who do you think you are, spying on other people's wishes? Come on, our quest for the star pieces is important. Everyone's counting on us. We've got to hurry. Sorry about that. It's just that I'm embarrassed about my wish. I'm gonna read it again. What? You are Master Doomed. There are thieves that are running around up here. I can't help being roguish. That's how I am. Once again. Lucky. Oh my gosh. 1754. Okay, so he still gets it even if he gets knocked out. Soon. I hope I become famous. The red one, huh? What happened to the green guy? Nice reference. Peach is leveled up, Peach is leveled up, Peach is leveled up. Peach has reached level 10. E54, 40, 41. Whoa! That's 9. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1. Well, I guess it's pretty obvious Peach gets an HP bonus. Oh, Gino leveled up. Gino's now level 14. And he learned Geno Blast. So that's 5, so I don't think it's that. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. 3 and 1. So it must be flower. Or magic. I want to be a world-class baker. Fantastic. That was not enough to take you down. Star Hill is a bit tougher than I recall. I want to be the best treasure hunter in the world. Hockey. I would have rather the EXP, but I'll take a doubling of my money. Lucky. Ooh, that hurts. Pain spell. Oh, Mario has leveled up. Mario gets into level 16. Let's go. 1 and 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That one's 4, so I guess it must be HP. I want to be the best treasure hunter in the world. Please let Mallow find his way home. Why, this wish is from my mom and dad. They're wishing for me to come home. Sniffle. This isn't the time to be crying. They're waiting for me to come home. Come on, Mario. We got a busy schedule to keep. I'll make you eat dust if you don't hurry. Let me check our monster compendium real quick. And make sure that I have all of the entries so far. I know we're gonna miss some. Magmite. Children eventually become parents, carried and thrown by their own young. Thus are the Magmites way passed from generation to generation. Careless detonations can lead to cave-ins, so if miners of Mobile see one of these around the mines, they leave the area immediately. You'd think they'd get along since they always act as a team, but word is it that on their off days, they do their own thing and barely even talk. Some think the cluster's crystal body is armor to guard the true form from magic. Insiders must be well protected. Before he knew it, the 3 fledgling thieves he met on Rose Way looked to him as a leader. They've since had many successful escapes as a gang. Punchinello created these bombs by studying bombs. Due to their smaller size, they're also less powerful than true bombs. Punchinello left home to accomplish something big. This outsized bomb was one stab at making that dream come true. As a result of throwing bombs willy-nilly to become famous bomb maker, he faced exploder's remorse and flamed out early. Apparently, the spikies living in Booster Pass have turned green from the health drinks they subsist on, which are made from fresh grass. The little known fact that these came first, and that the vegetables were named for their resemblance to the deadly monster. You can't fight Lakizus in midair without jumping from a high place, but you knew that, of course, since you've battled one, right? They know they should get more veggies in their diet, but they're picky eaters, so they mostly just go for carrots. Wait, that means they're cannibalistic. As apprentices, they undergo intense daily training, such as chasing beetles in hopes of becoming snifters. They seem to have no interest in becoming snifters and are content to remain sniffets forever. They look like magic staves, but they have cutting-edge features such as the ability to stretch or shrink themselves at will. They carry cards with them, so they're always ready to play, but their habit of throwing cards around means they never get to play with a full deck. I get it. Those who distinguish themselves are promoted to snifters. Scuttlebutt is that whoever defeats the intruder in the tower will get the nod. They look like marionettes, but who then are the puppeteers, and where are they hiding themselves? I'm so curious that it keeps me up at night. They seem to be more powerful than the standard ones, raw bombs, but their appearance and behavior hasn't changed much. These may look like ordinary cannons, but the bullets they shoot have eyes, hands, and mouths that grin almost as if they were alive. Their blue bodies bobble and bounce, blowing blistering bursts of fire saber, leaving the brave boiling and beret. Okay, I see what they did there. No one knows just why there were chain chomps in the tower. It's possible that somewhere in there is a chain chomp awaiting a worthy monster. Oh, we picked one up. Fought after failing the minigame. but we didn't fight him, so... Due to mounting expenses for tower and train maintenance, he doesn't have the coins to repair his busted door. It's been marked will not fix. His best skill is knife throwing, but he can climb on his brother's shoulders while his brother stands on a ball, so he's no slouch at balancing. He picked up ball balancing as a hobby, but now he can't help but balance on other things too. His only flaw is a tendency to sweat under stress. These are skilled chefs who make delicious cakes. Their tall chef hats block their vision, so sometimes they toss in seasonings on intuition alone. The top layer of the cake baked by Tortes. Despite its name, it's not a bundt cake. The bottom layer of Torte's cake, if it had to be born a cake, it wishes that its baker had gone with the more traditional strawberries rather than raspberries. Whenever the Troffers living on Star Hill look at shooting stars that fall around them, they wish that the world was theirs. Their eyes aren't spiraling because they're dizzy, it's because they're so paralyzed trying to decide between all the attacks at their disposal. A new third theory has arisen in the debate whether Mastodons are mammoths or elephants, but the evidence for it is pretty bare bones. I get it. Like crooks, sackets run away on quick legs. If a crook and sacket met, which do you think would flee first? Probably the sacket. We've already covered the Pulsar's idiosyncrasies. What is that word for children? What? You're gonna give them idiosyncrasies? In their thought peak. Feel free to look it up next time you meet one. Okay, but I know I have to be missing some, which is the booster one. Got the coin. We'll look at those later. Just him? Oof. No! Wish I could run faster. I want to help out my brother Mario. Aw, Luigi. Oh, well, look what I found. We have 4 star pieces, 3 more to go. So a star piece fell here after all. Where to next then? I think there's a place called Seaside Town up ahead. I hear that it's a busy resort town, so the people there might know something. Let's go see. You've come a long way, but your journey's not over yet. There are 3 more star pieces. Oh, this one's a special one. Battle's close to leveling up. If I could just get that melody. I guess we are done here. Oh, I guess I missed one. Oh, come on. Give us one more battle so that little Mallow can get a level up. Come on, just one battle game. Just one. Just one. Make one more enemy spawn. I guess we took out all the enemies in this immediate area, so can't level up Mallow. Go back to Booster Pass real quick. Oh, I mean, I guess I could fight one of these guys just to get it real quick. I know I'm over leveled and I have like zoom shoes, and these guys are still faster than me. Extra frog coin, which is gonna come in useful. Alright, Mallow. You are now level 16. One and one, I don't think it's that. One and one, I don't think it's that. But here we get 6 HP, so it must be this. I've got the top. Wait. How do I have the dot peak for booster? Did they just give it to me because I didn't fight him? I feel like it's the last day of summer and I just remembered all the homework I had. They did give it to me. Okay. I thought since I didn't fight him, I would have to get it, but I guess not. Next thing we're gonna do is come to Rosetown. We're gonna rest at the end because it's gonna be free. I wonder if Samus is back, or if Samus is in there now, not that we did the... I forget when it is that Samus shows up. Nope, no Samus. Avoid finding the point monsters up on Star Hill. You didn't change your dialogue. I forget if he changes it or if he just stops telling you stuff at that point. That's Bowser's Keep. It's pretty crumbly now that I see it from here. The Star Road was broken when that giant sword pierced it. Until it's repaired, no wishes can come true. Let's find the scattered star pieces. How dare they stick that hunk of junk into my beautiful keep? I won't take this lying down. I'll get my home back. Just you watch. Fall in, minions. I don't want to imagine a world where hopes and wishes can't come true. We need to hurry and collect the star pieces. Let's get back to at it, everyone. Is that a one-off dialogue, or see if they repeat it? Okay, from that point on, they just do a little right nod head. I'm just a customer. Don't tell me you want supplies, I know. Proper cookie. Muku. Muka? Poison mushroom. Fright bomb. Interesting. I don't want any of that inventory there. Thank you very much. In the middle of the ocean is a pirate ship. You'll find there's a pirate lives there. His name is Jonathan Jones. He isn't very nice. A star has fallen into the sea. The pirate probably... that man, Jonathan Jones, probably has it. He's nasty. You're collecting stars, right? Only 3 more to go. Creepy. If you want to enter the ocean, jump into the whirlpools. You will find the village elder in his house. He is the most respected person here. They keep spinning and spinning. You may not enter here. This is a restricted area. There's nothing of interest here. Don't bother looking inside. Finally, it took you long enough. I am the elder of this village. I got to my exalted station in life by pleasing my superiors, which is something I do well. A star has fallen into the ocean. I need it for a certain purpose. You must find it for me. Hello there, you're Mario, right? Do you remember me? We met at Tadpole Pond when I was still a tadpole. I've graduated from the Frog Sage's school and now I'm searching for the meaning of life. It's been so quiet around here, it's almost eerie. Something going on? It probably doesn't concern me, but if you have any frog coins, I've got some neat items to sell. Use it to start a battle over. Using it will not consume it. Run from battles. Using it will not consume it. I will buy it. EXP booster. Doubles EXP when equipped. Coin trick. Doubles coins when you win. Flower ring. That's FP use in half during battle. These are expensive. I'll come back for them later. This is the inn. You may stay for free. Thanks. Okay. That's creepy. The last time I saved was at Yoster Isle. That was 2 hours ago. Oh my god. That would have been bad. Alright, but I think for now, I'm gonna stop here. They do have things. Oh, the Hika! Gotham just got this game? Is he enjoying it? And now I have to keep going. Oh, the shop's in here. I was wondering where I got my items from. Been a while since people came around here. Super hammer, womp gloves, handgun, Hurley gloves. Okay, this one's better. I will buy that and I will equip it. He hasn't mastered a turn base yet, though. He can't read yet. So it's too hard for him. Yeah, the reading is kind of important. There's no like spoken dialogue at all here. Put that. And sailor pants. Yes. Sailor cape. Yes. Sailor dress. Since you shop here, I'll tell you this. The ship sank into the briny sea because a giant squid attacked it. Some people went in to survey it. They never came back. Ooh, spoopy. I think this is a star, so... Yep. Somebody leveled up. It was Bowser. Bowser is now level 13. Alright, let's see. These stats only go up 1 and 1. These stats only go up 1 and 1. So, and his HP is going up by more than 1, so it's gotta be this one. Oh, Peach also leveled up. I'll take it. Peach reaches level 11. Alright. She learned a new move, Sleepy Time. Zonk one more foe. Zonk one or more foes. Alright, so she's got like 5 to HP, which isn't that impressive for her. That's 1 and 1. But this one up by 3. This one goes up by 3. So the upgraded I want to get is this one. I love the unenthusiastic dance from the blue hat guy. Yeah, Gino. But I think it's canonical because he doesn't know anything about like this world's culture. He came from somewhere else without giving away too many spoilers. So we're gonna top peak the Zeo Star. Can you believe it? Can you believe I get confused with those no good star slaps? Once again, I'm gonna throw Mario. Oh, can't block that. Can't block that either. Alright, let's stop peek that loco. Let's face it, I can't keep drifting forever. Oh. You know that little dance screen, by the way, I realized that Mario's doing his dance from like the 80s cartoon. So that guy would do like the Mario, and that's what it was called. Like the swing your arms from side to side. Give me a frog coin. Die already. Oh, that's a lot of EXP. Jeez. Get a mid mushroom. That's good. See if we can get any more thought reads from new. Oh, we got a blooper we can get a thought read off of. We don't have that. I need to go spray my dishes. What? You win. Dino's definitely going to be the next person to level up. Once again. Be something back here, I think. Oh. I mean, I'll take a flower point. Oh, I forgot how to get up there. That has to do with something here. Max mushroom. Lucky. Oh, he ran away. Yeah, I want to double my HP. Oh, neat. I think we can actually leave this area. I do like that they made Mario have an actual swimming animation. Versus just being a floating head in the water like in the first game. Oh! New enemies. Let's get a crusty. Floppy floop in a netted hoop. Attack up. Flip flop, don't get caught. Oh, heck yes, I'm gonna double it. No!
I mean, I'm glad that I at least broke even, because I would have picked the wrong one as my second choice. Alright, Gino just leveled up. Gino is now level 15. Alright, he only got 5, which is his usual. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. 3 and 1. Okay, so this time he's supposed to get a physical up. There's a page from the travel log. Let's take a look at it. We're done for. A giant squid just got a hold of us. This ship's going down fast. There's a page from the travel log. We've managed to trap the giant squid in the treasure cellar. The treasure will sink with the ship, but so it goes. Well, that's a new enemy. Those are 3 new enemies. The Reacher, get it? Supposed to look like he's preaching. More and more, I've been thinking about returning to the soil. This is acknowledging that there's undead in Mario games. Can I have just a tiny bit of your soul? No? Let's go ahead and get this guy stopped here. Whenever I reach out my hand, there you are. Peach will be the next one to level up. Oh, we got a pure water. There's a page from the travel log. Let's take a look at it. The door to the cellar is locked with a 6-letter password. To get inside, you'll have to figure out the password using the 6 hints. He is fast and he will always use Blizzard, it looks like, as his attack. Oof. Stop being a special enemy. Ooh, that hurt. How are we doing on health? It would be worth it to do a group hug. I know, you probably said to yourself, it's just a pile of dusty old bones. Think again. Put me together, I fall apart. Always leave them wanting more. Oh right, they only go down with like a special attack.
Let's just use Thunderbolt. Wait, how can you be special? You don't have HP to begin with. Oh, Peach is almost leveled up. They missed. We missed. Each leveled up. She is now level 12. 5 to HP. I know it's gonna be 9 when it's good for her. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. And 3 to attack. So I think it's gonna be attack. There's a page from the travel log. Let's take a look. Uncover the secret of the sixth sense. Since they're provided by different people, they'll be tough to solve. Maybe impossible. Bowser will be next to level up. Bunch of new enemies to thought beat. I messed it up. You can always get rid of one of these guys. Or those guys can run away. And they ran away. Group up? Yeah, right. Can we go home yet? I'm hungry. Mario and Bowser and Mallow will be next to level up. What's that big Mario guy doing looking at a little old me? Of course. Gotta get poisoned. Oh, that's right, he throws a little Mario doll whenever the real Mario's undergoing something. Man, so close. Sure are picking on Mario a lot. Should have gone for the other one. Mario needed the HP max. Thank you for giving it for the character that basically had full health. Alright, Mario and Bowser leveled up. We're starting with Mario. Mario reaches level 17. Oh, we got 9 HP. That's good. So we got 2 and 1. 1 and 1. Mario always gets 3 for HP normally. So the outlier here is that he got 2 for magic. Or rather, he got 3 for magic. He's supposed to get magic this level. And Bowser reaches level 14. Okay. So only went up 1 there. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. So you got 3 to magic here and 1 magic. So the 3 magic is the giveaway. So just give him magic. Oh, and now Mallow leveled up. Mallow reaches level 17. Got 4 to HP, so that's not it. We got 1 and 1 here. But he's getting 2 to magic here, so it's magic. Kind of an accident. Oh, yeah, these are the hint rooms. Cool, we defeated him before he could actually get any poison damage off on him. Oh, I get it. Supposed to get him to... Can he drop that on me? Would have been kind of funny though. Oh my gosh. The right idea, but the adventure Indigo's memo. There is an S in the word. Okay. So there's an S. I don't know how useful that's gonna be so far. I don't remember the password. But the fact that the guy's name is Indigo already tells me that they removed another real world reference. Because before, I remember, it was based off actual real-world explorers. So, like, one of them needs to be Magellan. more coins. I would have rather had more experience. The puzzles feel familiar. The Adventurer Indigo Jr.'s memo. It is found on the bed of the ocean. Let me write these out just so I don't forget them. Oh, I guess I could bypass the battle. The double check. I remember this and how annoying it was back then. Got a royal syrup. The second expedition team's memo. It has 2 vowels. Yep, they changed it. Hey, it's good to see you. Give you a hint, the pastor's got something to do with the sea. Even if you don't get through all 6 of the obstacles, you can try to deduce your way through. Good luck. I need you to get over here. Whatever. Nice. Glad that you start off with an unblockable attack. Let me guess, you're gonna be special? No, you're just annoying. You get to go down first. Aki! I'll double my coins. these actually giving me coins? They are not. Phantom coins. Oh, they give them to me. The search party Onyx's memo. It is very valuable. That's kind of useless. Although, now with some of the clues that I have, I'm kind of remembering what it was. I'm pretty sure the password's pearls. The fourth investigation crew's memo. It is actually a day. What? The treasure hunter Ilan's memo. The R comes before the L. Yeah, I know exactly what it is. Pearl. E A R L S. Good job. I'll let you through. You can get past me first, that is. You're not going to eat me, are you? No fire, please. I don't want to be fried. Oh my god, do they each have individual... Means they have individual dot peaks. Fantastic. I love individual dot peaks for the exact same enemy. No fire, please. I don't want to be fried. You're not going to eat me, are you? No fire, please. I don't want to be fried. Gosh. Why do they have individual top peaks? This ship's mine. Scram! How can a squid do that? You're not going to eat me, are you? No fire, please. eventually gonna take you out. Regardless of if you keep fearing us or not. Told you. Oh my god, they're so close to leveling up. Oh, we just get pushed down here, got it. What I assume is what's gonna happen. So it pushes us. Trying to see if I can land on it though. Oh, I can't land on it, and I can take it out. Oh, we got 2 level ups. Yeah, Gino's level up. Gino has reached level 16. One and one. One and one. This one gives me 6 instead of 5, so it has to be. And then next we have Peach getting to level 13. Learn Comeback, revive a pal. If all goes well, it'll heal them fully. 1 and 1, 1 and 1. Gotta be HP. Lucky! Bowser will be the next one to level up. And of course it misses. Once again.
defense up. We are cleaning out every room. Oh, Bowser's gonna get on the next level up. Or the next battle, rather. Of course it misses. Oh, well that was useful for once. And Bowser has leveled up. Bowser reaches level 15. Bowser learned a new move, Crusher. Alright, so it's only one there. One. Gotta be attacked because he actually gets 2 extra attack here. Mario will be the next one to level up. Hear me out. I'm gonna run. I can get up here. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I guess not. Lucky. Aw. Well, at least I didn't lose EXP on that battle. Oh, I could have made it from there? I didn't know that. Once again. Curious. We could, but I don't think it's gonna make me land there.
It did. There is a way to get there. And they decided to give us a lot of annoying enemies. And Mario's leveled up. Mario reaches level 18. Ultra Fireball. So it's 3, 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 2 and 1. So going physical this time. Once again. Mallow's gonna be next, and then Peach. Mallow reaches level 18. Mallow learns Star Rain. Alright, that's only 4. 1 and 1. 1 and 1. 3 and 1. It's physical. Want to run away so that I could try to get up there. Oh, no, I can't get up there. Oh, Peach is leveled up. Each reaches level 14. Alright, Peach. Definitely not this. Definitely not this. But this is looking like it might be magic. I can't wait to get Gino leveled. Alright, we gotta pick me up. Right, I don't think that there's anything for me to get here. Ooh, it's a mimic. Oh, this one's a whoa. Really? I'm pretty strong, right? You're thinking about running away, right? Right? Big hits come in micro packages. Gosh. Okay, I'm gonna assume that all of them have the same info. I'm gonna focus on taking this guy out. Got the safety badge. Now let's save. This is a long dungeon. Oh, I have to go down through the other room. Oh, Gino leveled up. Gino reaches level 17. Gino has learned a new move, Gino Flash. Those both increase by 1. That one increases by 3 and 1.
This one increases only by 5, which is his standard for HP if I pick it, so I'm gonna assume that it's magic. Frog coin, frog coin, frog coin, frog coin. And then there is a way to get out of here by jumping up there on those barrels. Bowser will be the next one to level up. I forgot how long this part of the game is. Then after that we have to fight like one mini boss, and then we gotta fight the actual boss, and oh boy. Can't actually speak through these right now. Bowser's getting pretty close to leveling up. I'm pretty sure he's gonna level up before we get to the next area. I like how the universal defensive shield thing is just a bunch of hexagons put together. Oh boy, Bowser leveled up. Now Bowser is level 16. Alright. We got 3, 1 and 1, 1 and 1. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, so I'm guessing it's gonna be his HP.
once again. Look! Lucky! Okay, Peach, I see you. You're getting there. Lucky! Lucky! Wow, Mallow missing twice in a row? Come on now. What? Why is Mallow like constantly missing right now? Like that just threw me completely off. I was not paying attention. I mean, I see the entrance down there, but I see what's up here first. Or is that a secret that's hidden down there? Got a safety ring. We got a safety badge and a safety ring. And also... there's something hidden away over here. A frog coin. What's going on here? Who are you? What? You're looking for a star? I'll let you see stars. Arr. Anyway, you're out of luck. You see, whatever falls into the sea becomes Johnny's property. Got that, matey? Oh, and one last thing. Read my lips. We ain't letting you through, got it? I love the color red. Once again. Oh my god, really by one? Arr, you're stronger than you look. Better warn the upper deck. Come on, mates. Alright, where's the intruder? I don't see him. Did he get away? There he is. Get him, boys. Here, this is on us. Steamrolled your own crew. What the? How dare you dodge the barrel? You guys okay back there? You guys swimming in the water? No? Okay, whatever, that's fine. Hey, how'd you get up here so fast? Well, your luck has run out. We don't take kindly to strangers here. Now Peach is leveled up. Peach has reached level 15. She has earned a new move, Mute. 1 and 1. This only went up 5, so that's not it either. But her attack went up by 3. Must be physical. You're pretty tough, mate. Alright, I'll let you through to Johnny's place. So you're the Mario, eh? Arr, not much to look at. Well, this star fell into my sea, so it's mine. If you want it, you'll have to fight for it. I like how we start the battle by them just being able to skewer me, basically. I guess you really love the color blue. I finally believe blue is best, but I may change my mind. Lucky! You're good, very good. Now this is a fight. Lucky! get tough. Wahaha, not bad, fellas. How about it, Mario? Mario versus me, wanna mix it up? Good fun, and good for you, too. Crew, look alive and cheer me on. You win! I'll double my coins. Oh, and Mario leveled up. Mario reaches level 19. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1. This gives me 4, so this one. I'm impressed, matey. You've earned a star. Think of it as a souvenir of our fight. You must have really wanted that star. Now go on, get out of here before I change my mind. Johnny's our main man. He even fights in his sleep. We'd follow him anywhere. Oh, sharks are still swim in their sleep, get it? Hop on the trampoline in the next room. It'll take you outside. Go on now. Give it a try. Wait a minute. There's a map up there with an X on it. Wonder if that's a reference to anything. Hee, you found the star. Well done. But your journey ends here. You are so gullible. Don't you know who I am? I'm Spiridovich, a member of Smithy's gang. Shocked? It's no wonder my impersonations of an ordinary person was flawless. It really wasn't. Your search for the stars has worried Smithy. So if I take that star back to him, I'll earn brownie points. This is the way to get ahead. It's futile to try and fight me. Just hand it over nice and easy. Get serious. So that's how you want to play it. What do you think will happen to the real inhabitants of Seaside Town? What are you doing? No, don't do that. No, please stop. Ack. Now isn't it a shame for an innocent old man to be tickled like that? Tickled? Really? Get serious. No, you win. The two of you are going to... No, please, not there. Aye! Now isn't it a shame for an innocent old man to be tickled like get serious? All four of them? Harumph, you can't treat me this way. I can't bear this. Isn't it a shame for... Get serious. Are all five of you gonna go now? Wow. He's been tickled so much that he has no reaction anymore. I made him immune to tickling. He just doesn't anymore. He's lost consciousness. Okay. Hee. And to think I got the star without even soiling my hands. I'm such a genius. It scares me sometimes. No wonder I'm so important. Alright everyone, listen up. We're returning to the castle. Our ride should be here about now. It's locked. The blade's late. What's taking it so long? We need to get out of here. This is just great. Mario caught up with us. Only one thing we can do now. Although we may rust a little. We'll have to swim for it. Not so fast there. That star is a gift to me, mate Mario. You spineless dogs have no code of honor. We'll make you walk the plank. Johnny, maybe we should leave Mario the pleasure of wrapping things up here. Hee. I guess we'll have to take our disguises off now. Group formation. If I lose, I can kiss that promotion goodbye. Come on. Can they tell I'm a fake? Mallow leveled up. Mallow reaches level 19. So that's a big increase. It's probably HP. 1 and 1, 1. Yeah, it's H. Wait, is it? 101, 101, 101, 101? Yeah, it's H. Smithy is now in the race for the star pieces. What horrible surprises might he have in store for Mario? Got shed key to Mario. Knowing you, it must have been a breeze knocking down Speary, eh? By the way, my pirates say they saw a huge axe flying across the sky. Probably one of Smithy's nasty friends. Go get him, pal. Well, my gills are failing on me, so I'll be heading back down. Drop in whenever you have time, okay? Your true mate, Jonathan Johnny Jones. Phew, thanks so much. I've had enough of this cramped, dirty old places like this. Hey fella, you got us out of a bind. Peace, brother. It was mighty unpleasant in here. Thanks for helping us out. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. Be sure to stop by. Yeah, stop on by. Thank you for freeing us. I've got to get back to work now, but stop by the inn. See ya. Ah, Mario. Thank you for saving our little town of Seaside. Being the most important person in the village, it was inevitable that I would be tortured. Are you immune to tickle tortures, Mario? Oh yes, this is for you. Please take it. Received 1 coin. I'm so relieved that all of the townspeople were alright in the end. Can you believe he didn't just kidnap him? He had the nerve to lock him up too? Me and my minions would have never pulled a stunt like that. Really? I seem to recall a certain someone kidnapping me not too long ago. But no one got hurt, right? So all's well that ends well. Mwahaha. Come on, let's scram already. The mold in here is bad for my sensitive nostrils. Here, we should see the sights in town now that it's back to normal. Maybe someone here can point us towards the next star piece. A youngster from Tadpole Town recently moved here for good. Welcome to Beetles R Us. We run a beetle business here. Want an explanation? Yes. I'll explain the system. First, you need to purchase a beetle box, which will cost you 50 coins. Then go to Booster Hill, where there are many beetles. If you bring back the beetle box filled with beetles, you can trade them in for coins and frog coins. Check the menu list for more information. Welcome to my weapons shop. Collection of all the old stuff. Take it with a shell. A rivet stick though. A double punch. Fake chomp, pearly glove, slap glove, parasol. Please come in and browse. I'm running an armor shop. Happy pants. Happy shell. Sailor dress. I hear there's a strange shop in this town that's looking for beetles. Hi Mario, we got a lot of healthy foods at our store. You gotta treat your body right. Hey, I'm the mushroom boy. Did you know that hidden amongst the regular mushrooms are some special ones? Unreal, huh? I'll give you special items in return for those mushrooms. But you've got to taste them to know what kind they are, so I'll take a nibble first. I'm hoping for a special mushroom, but even if it isn't, at least I'll get a meal out of it. Have any mushrooms? No, I don't want to do this right now. See you around. I'm around again. Oh, hello there. You're so brave to rescue us. I'm so thankful. But listen, maybe it's time you thought a little more about what you wear. Accessorizing is a big business these days. See anything you like? I have one of each of these, so I'm good. Mario, if it's a star you're looking for, I may be able to help you. At the far end of Land's End is a town made up of reformed monsters. A mouse came by the other day and I overheard him boasting about a star of theirs. I don't know exactly where this town is located, but if you follow the road, you'll get there. Good to see you again. Did you have a chance to accumulate many frog coins? I mean, I did. I don't want to spend it on this stuff yet. Alright, how nice of you to stop by. It's quite a trek from your place, isn't it? Out here there aren't many people passing through, so it gets awful lonely sometimes. Please rest up before you go. It only costs 50. Good. Okay, some other time then. Have a safe trip. Alrighty, we made quite the progress tonight. So, want to thank everybody for coming on by and watching. I truly appreciate it when you guys come on by. So, please, if you can, go ahead and give me a follow on this channel. So, I have a little more incentive to do it. I have a little more time to stream this week, so that's why I'm trying to get through this game as quickly as possible. But otherwise, I want to thank everyone for stopping on by and watching. Let's go ahead and do our socials. Right, so if you want to know when I'm going to stream, go ahead and give me a follow over at twitter.com, or rather x.com/LeeMustang, where you can see when I'm about to stream. I usually post up there. And of course, give me a follow over at instagram.com/lee.mustang if you want to see what I'm adding to my game collection over time. And give me a subscribe over at youtube.com/LeeMustang, where you can catch a bunch of my long plays, let's plays, reviews, and other videos of that nature, as well as the previous VODs for this stream that I'm doing. And if you happen to be watching this over at youtube.com/LeeMustang, please let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Subscribe to my channel to help it grow. Click the little bell icon to be in the know. And I'll see you guys in the next part. Until then, take care.